Hong Kong. Today, Final Fantasy XIV once again. Honestly, it's gonna be there for a while. So at the moment we are in 93, we are queuing for the dungeon. So my plan is probably we do the dungeon, then we queue for leveling Elite as Pictomancer. And then after that, just continue on with the MSQ. I don't think I will get that far. But in an ideal world, I'd probably hit like the 93 one and get blocked by level, I assume. Or 95, I mean. Okay. Why did they delete tanks and DPS from the game? Never mind. They're back suddenly. You know, for being like, how do I say it? For being on the side of a mountain, I guess. This is a pretty nice looking dungeon. Oops, I did not mean to do that on myself. I do feel too zoomed in for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's like WoW heat getting to me or something. What does that do? What does that do? Oh, shield, I see. Holy crap, I forgot to cast that. I was distracted by the little guys. Oh god, I have no idea how this is going to work. Oh well, I'm just following people. Too much stuff for me to pay attention. I just follow. Healing, that is the same. Everyone's so fast. I don't need healing, I need other stuff, like the tank to be in range. How about that? Oops. I'm forgetting what I have stuff bound to. Do we mean to spread apart? Am I eating a lot of shit? Apparently. Where do I stand? What? Ah! um, um, am I disabled? Oh, is this the safe spot? I see. This is interesting having like multiple mechanics at once, though. Oh god, do I stand here? Do I have any idea what that skill that I pressed does? No. It does damage, I know that much. Oh my god, don't die. Aiming, scouting, still stuff I don't need. Me being bad like always, apparently. Maybe I should not play healer.
You are worthy to rule. I am Gurfulur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare.
But it's so like
Tested.
the first trial is literally just to beat their leader, right?
Chronicles of Ed. Recount the fury.
I wonder if we're gonna have the second one immediately after. To defeat the ice thing.
Chronicles of Ed. Return the hunger of roiling waters. I will take the measure of your resolve.
Oh, this is that was so late and not needed.
The mountain be mine.
Oh, we pick these?
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars. That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Ed, regard the cruelty of merciless storms.
Oh, they move. We survived. Somehow. Somehow I didn't let everyone die. Casting, rapier, no. Player commendation, dance, I can have it. Because that was like a whole level, right? No, not a whole level, a half level, I think.
Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
Oh, so the giants were giant.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition. The one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
Imagine if we had to watch the entire fight all over again.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes, it is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenram? The Laminsan explorer? Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokwi. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others? What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built. What in the hells was that?
That's Valigamanda, isn't it?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Yep.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there. Now!
Oh no, I'm actually gonna have to heal. Like, properly. Uh-oh.
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Oh god, this music. Is this the same music that happened when shit went wrong in, like, Shadowbringers, right? Probably also sometime in other expansions, but I remember the Shadowbringers one because I don't know for what reason, but it just seemed like there was a long time where it was going for. I don't know, like, what I was doing at the time. I think I was doing other stuff. Alright, dialogue. Good, you're back. There is much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate a sudden surge in Aether, there are already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath, and then lend a hand where you can. If you're ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask that you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be attending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people's hurts. Leveling. You, the third Promise's protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. Hello, Neon Desu. Is that emo? I see. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. Yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat, it's as if all the moisture has left my body. So I don't know if you know what's going on, but why did my music cut out for a second? Basically, the big bad escapes, and shit's going bad. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then? that as well. Oh, there's an ad break. Wow, I forgot about that. I was going to let the ad break play after the previous quest cutscene. Like, I don't want to progress in the quest while there is an ad ongoing for potentially some people. Just in case, you know, they want to see every part. Because in a minute and 10 seconds or so I will resume. Yeah. TLDR, they killed Big Bad, imprisoned Big Bad a while ago. It had slowly been, like, setting itself free, and then now it has. Okay. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I'd healed the giant attacked by that mountain bird, the group's leader, Warpolor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then I felt an intense wave of aether and returned to find Warlar's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valigamanda had broken free, thus did I contact you with all my haste. Well, we're gonna need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the Temple Guard and see what's become of the Sky Ruins prison. The High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within. Something weird going on with the music. I don't know what it is. Wait, I might know. Is it Steam downloading? It is Steam. It's Steam committing abuse to my disk. Hopefully I'm not stuck loading for a while. I probably am.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit. Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh. And here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vidral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison.
I guess I do my
creation.
Oh wait, I can't.
To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. Two spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
Hey, Brimis.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
I think I've been pretty clear, well, in the past week, that I was going to be doing this week.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent,
See ya,
I am
Brimis.
sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot!
This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
As if you had to ask. Imagine fighting
Far be it
like
from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
all kinds of bads of exceedingly difficult badness and strength, and then after the biggest bad you're just like, the next time a big bad appears you're just like, no, I've had enough.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
So I saw this thing earlier today that the cutscenes in this expansion are almost as long as Endwalker's cutscenes. And then someone was like, it's because of all the excessive nodding like and stuff whenever someone sees something. They might be right, because that cutscene showed like 3 different scenes of nodding in a row.
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Pelu of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Okay, this time when I queue for it, it won't go in the middle of a cutscene, right? 7 minutes. There's a cutscene. Hopefully this cutscene's not 7 minutes long. So, Ehrenville, any ideas how we can track Valigarmanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain the Skyrune's whereabouts far more quickly. Though a Tural Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. A floating hand? Now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy, it's an Aether Seeker. As the name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the aether of living beings. And you've had this in your pack the whole time? I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valigamanda though, is it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valigamanda from its icy imprison, Bakul Jar Jar cast spells which quickened its fire-aspected aether, and the residents here were uniformly affected by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that upon breaking free, Valigamanda unleashed a great fiery blast. Then the choice is plain: fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults, as we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance. The device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected aether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus a potentially swift but easily misled gleaner tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea. We'll have to we have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, Zalulu, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Sky Ruin sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yokoi. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valigamanda. I should like to be close at hand should their conditions suddenly worsen. Right, sounds like we all have work to do. And I'm going to get out of the cutscene before the 7 minutes is up. The quote-unquote 7 minutes. We should be on our way as well. Nod. Every cutscene must have nod, nod, nod. I think they were right. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the Seeker to detect fire-aspected aether. Yeah, there's only the two. Right, the Seeker's ready to go. Warlord's Echo is still suffused with the Skyrune's residual aether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Once you choose to depart, Ehrenville will accompany you. The Aether Seeker will then begin leading you onwards. Follow the Aether Seeker to its destination without falling behind. If you leave Ehrenville for any reason, I think we just wait for the dungeon, because surely this is going to be longer than like 3 minutes of walking around. So what is the skill? When Rainbow Bright is active. Grants Rainbow Bright upon consuming all 5 stacks of Hyper Fantasia. That's a lot of potency. Does your AoE just become like this? Wait, it says... Oh, it grants 1 white paint, I see. This doesn't give pellet, right? I wonder if at any level bracket if this is the appropriate AoE rotation. Wait, you need to consume hyperphantasia. Paint does. It's an interesting theory then. The only problem is I think the cast time is too long to get through all the hyperphantasia using this. Yeah. So you would have to do something like that too, to get through it all. Get your instant cast. Where is the dungeon? Dungeon soon? 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 So look how cluster buffed my inventory is. Happens every expansion. Alright, I got a casting piece. I should probably put that on. It was an earring? I don't want that. No, wait, I do want that. Maybe I want that. I don't know, I guess I do want that. I shouldn't have hit me. Suppose I use wing and mog. Okay, I didn't get hit. She had like an instant cast dot, that would be cool. Right. Maybe I didn't need to do the weapon motif. Yeah, I didn't. Whatever, I only lost like, what? I want to say like nothing. Like probably 2 GCDs at most. My bad. I should have saved that for the boss. That ended way too fast, or this room at least. Does it really matter though when everything just dies so fast? Oh, I don't remember the mechanic for this. Apparently the mechanic is steal aggro for a second at the start of the fight, though. Okay, I guess we go on it when it's the same Aether. Ow. I don't know. Just kill it before it does any more mechanics. Mechanics are scary. Thank God it's dead. Now I no longer have to worry about mechanics that I don't understand, because it's been like, I don't know, somewhere in the range of 5 to 8 years, I believe. No, I was almost thinking, like, can you pre-pull Hammer Time, but you can't. You can bonk the hell out of this big guy, though. This cutscene viewer is giving me chance to get all my charges and stuff back. Dies way too fast. What the heck? Like, this is absurd. Oh god. It's not even worth getting another motif. So Pictomancer hit 73, so... Alright, I didn't have the gear to wear the poncho. I mean, I didn't have the level to wear the poncho. So I guess I just do MSQ as Pictomancer now. Hopefully it goes well. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire aspected aether. Hello, Yokoni. Thank you for the raid. I will have to warn you, there is an ad break in 3.5 minutes. But what were you up to? Beep. Source of fire aspected aether located. Tracking disengaged. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. You're also playing? How far through are you? Would you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue to confuse the speaker if we leave it be. I should also... give you a shout out. The 4th keystone. Oh, the one from the 93 dungeon? Why did I not have my motifs ready? Yeah, I'm literally just like a little bit after. That was not what I should have done. Okay, I have everything ready for next time I am in combat now. A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire aspected aether. I do think there will be the ad break probably about whenever we get to where this hand's taking us now. So I just sit there, or maybe a bit before. Either way, I'm just going to sit there and wait for the ad break to be over once we get there. Which is that big magma hand guy, right? I said that, but 35 seconds, I can kill this. Beep. Source of fire aspected 8,000 located, tracking disengaged. Oh, it's a cutscene. Maybe I just wait. I think that's the plan. Okay. Have a good sleep, Yokoni. Yokone? However it said. I will have fun for, what? Probably next 2 or 3 hours. It says ad starting, but it's not saying that the ad has started. Twitch, what are you doing? Ah, there we go. Are you going to Zenithal? I like how the speech recognition picks that up as senator. God, time goes slow when you're waiting for it. Oh, what the heck? I realized I'm not clipped to the bottom of the screen. My bad. Okay, apparently 50 seconds left. Actually, I have 2 timers on my screen. One says 17 seconds and the other one says 22 seconds. Actually, no, it's 4 seconds apart, not 5. Whatever. One of them says it's over. Frightening enough, but again, not what we were looking for. If you would be so kind. I think that was in my search comment at some point, the "if you would be so kind." Bonk. 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 My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to... Seeker, resume tracking, and do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative, resuming tracking. Actually, I just realized, I don't know if this is set up properly, like with the right settings, but I might have like an available robot voice to me. No, it's not set up with the right settings. At one point, by say at one point, I mean last time I pressed those buttons, it was set up with the right settings. Source up, fire aspected, Aether located, tracking disengaged. I don't think you can get rid of that one. Another remnant of Valigamander's last rampage. The crate of flames registered to the Seeker as corporeal aether. In the words of the Tuliolal saga, when Valigamander rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Skyrune's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see such fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living aether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. There, now the Seeker should ignore any etheric signature but Valigamander's. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you wouldn't have needed to fought all those creatures after all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner, and as a guide. Oh no, I keep forgetting to eat my foods. I actually need to use my things and sell some other things too, probably, when I get a chance. Right, I can stack those. This time, the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valigamander's aether. Resume tracking based on the last sample. Affirmative, resuming tracking. Beep. Sample ethereal signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Accelerated. Oh wow, it just vanished. That sure is accelerated. This instantly links over to the location. I'm assuming, yeah, we're going to that big pit over there. Probably the best way to describe it, a big pit. Oh wait, I just realized with what I'm doing, if this is the trial, I don't have to heal the trial. Good. The sequel's drawn directly to the Skyrim's fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Tural Vidral itself. Recalibrating sensors, resuming tracking. It's a long way away. I don't suppose there's a shortcut, is there? Oh. No, doesn't look like there is. Or maybe. Maybe there is. If I can ride my bird straight. I think we noticed that Valigamanda was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side. Why is that a dialogue? Like... it seems kind of unreasonable for a dialogue to be there. That's a single line. And the next one's like very close behind.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vidral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vidral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
Is it the big red guys again? Yep.
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, it is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating
Valikarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lara Door, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vidral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone. We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive. My old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Hey Chaos Foundry, thank you for the raid. You were you're playing Eve, weren't you? Alright, I was gonna queue up for this as Pictomancer, but that might take a while. Got killed by Russians. Did you at least tell them words to make them more mad? Seems like you might have to learn how to type at like 200 words per minute then. Oh, I'm not finishing this. There's no way I can kill enough of these in, what, 3 minutes? I don't want to rainbow drip that one. Why is this one dying so fast? Like... I don't know, I feel like the other two should have died way faster. Maybe I can kill them all in the 3 minutes. I do think that you should go out making them mad. If you're definitely gonna go out. Wow. I can't believe that fate got finished like right in the last seconds. Did that count? It did. Nice. I think after that trial I should get teleported back, so I guess I can just go around and do some other ones. I get bonuses at 5 and 10 fates. Weekly reset is in 111 hours. It's like Tuesday, isn't it? Something like that. I'll probably be finished with the story quest by weekly reset, I think. Are they gonna pull the other one? It is. I had to pull the maiden. From my experience, I can't fight the maidens. But I'm gonna at least heal back up before I try. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't try. Like what? No, there's still a decent amount of time to do that. I can try. No, I'm not actually gonna try because thing's gonna pop soon. Totally not just spawn camping this one guy. Okay, and it should pop soon. But in case it doesn't, I will run over there. and start the next one. I'll push the editor actually now. Hopefully it'll be over by the time it pops. To be honest, I'm really surprised I didn't pull that one when I killed the other one. There it is. Or at least get this kill first. Okay. Time to fight the big bad. And probably die. At least this time I'm not a healer though, so if I die it matters least. No, my motifs weren't ready. Oh, this is awful. Ow. Oh my... I'm not paying enough attention apparently. Oh, that's wide as hell. Which we just ate literally every mechanic. Thank God I'm not a healer. Grab Smudge. I saw that one coming. This is the one where you need to run around, isn't it? I can't cast any of these. No, that's a lie. I had one cast spell I could cast, but I didn't. I'm doing so badly. And that's not even including the deaths. I missed that. What the? I somehow dodged that. I feel like I don't want to stand on that spot. Or do I? I think I do. And I assume that now I don't? No, I do? I don't? I do. I don't. I mean, yeah, I want to be on the ground when it's there. I think this is up. Oh no, this isn't up. This is ow for being up. What do you do for this? Go all the way to the front, okay. Just let me draw my just let me draw my God, I'm forgetting how to speak. Oh, I should probably kill those, I imagine. Oh God. Oh no, I'm gonna be in the air. I ate shit. I'm not... Was I in the cone and didn't see it? Can I have a heal? No? Okay. Goodbye, world. Holy, nearly was goodbye world. Oh, I'm not meant to be standing there. I'm dumb. Nobody saw any of this fight, right? Oh no, double mechanic time. I only have one thing to cast during this. That was a lie, I had multiple. Oh. My... I still have not learnt two of the mechanics. So I just eat shit. Thank God it's over though. That went so badly, no one saw that, right? And before like Hana's here and it's like, wow, you're bad. Anyone who I know... No one who I know has done this fight is in chat. So I think I'm safe for that.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Fidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
I'm sure you'll surpass them one day.
You're right about that. Just need a few more battles like this one under my belt.
Also.
The Sky Ruin lies dead. And still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Where is my mouse?
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
You can have a shout out now that it's probably off cooldown.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
I forget how long the cooldown is, but there was someone here not much longer before you. Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Zoralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Saralja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zoralja. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valigamanda, it wasn't only Urkopacha at risk. There would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. The Yokoi must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valigamanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alpha knows as well, I should think. Yes, you're right, we shouldn't let them worry another moment. The speech recognition! Alpha knows! God. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gurfaler.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary. Heroes of the hour.
I do wonder if we're gonna get the ice one right here just for doing that.
Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jaja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
Wait, so that's like 5 out of 7 then, right? Well, plus we need to get our one that was stolen back. Or I guess
5. Only 2 left to collect.
I guess technically it's 5 out of 8. Depending on if getting the one back is like
Except that one
a
of
whole
those
lark.
5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
I do actually wonder where we're going next though.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
I do guess that the last two are probably in the same zone. Or maybe not. It'd be either one or two more zones for the last two. And then we probably go to the City of Gold. Which I imagine is its own zone.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
And then we probably go north after that.
You Woklamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wook Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, no dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there.
Well, that's where we're going next, I guess.
Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
I don't think Vorpalor and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliolal, but that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. I think it's time we return to Tuliolal. After scaling Toral's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the forward cabins calling our names. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading to the palace, Wuklamat? Wuklamat, did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. Could you imagine if it was like the last one? Of course it's the first one. I was going to say thank God it's the first one, but where else is it going to be? They're not going to make you run all the way down there. Welcome back, Mistress Salu. Your cabin is just as you left it, minus a light layer of dust.
You have a moment? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
What did she do? What did she do?
just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air, that's what we need.
Why is she acting so suspicious? Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favourite places in Tuliolal. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. Is this a romance arc? Am I the NPC? Peshwa, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how could I not be encouraged? Oh ho ho, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Sorry Zelulu, I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to the spot I was thinking of.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then about what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
You wish for a world like in the Yokui's dream?
With eternal life and no struggle or conflict, it's certainly an ideal worth striving for. Who knows if we could make such a world a reality? But renouncing war and conquest seems like a good place to start. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness! It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
My gear is so, like, mismatched. Okay, I will run to the west turning point, and I'll turn in the quest. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent. I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. Okay, I want to see that quest yet. I will take a break, probably about 10 minutes, and I will throw on a longer ad just so that the next ad when I'm back is shorter. Hello. I'm back. And I remember to remove the text. I also have food that I will find some time to consume sometime. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. I'm just going to mute myself and eat whenever there's a voice cutscene. Is the plan? Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zoralja and Koana have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Uklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us 1 short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of Pruth, and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine, this I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valiga Munda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that, but neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we acquire are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamuljat and Shibral in the forests of Yaktal, specifically near a place called Ibrakshi, probably? I would imagine it's for Ibrakshi, but maybe it's just Ibraksh. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Aelzia has a similar tale. The explorer, Ketanram, befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketanram fellow must have come to Tuliolal. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet. Vestiges of Yokoi architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketanra must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural, once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamulja's homeland, at 2 yais in Yaktal, not far from Ibraksh. Then, all things considered, Yaktal seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Koana's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? Is there a teleport straight? Yeah, there is. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if there's enough voice cutscenes to get through my food. The next flight to Yuktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Why is there no voice acting in this one? Are we sure that thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yuktel? I'm just gonna eat it until before it gets cold. Are you ready? Bags packed and our goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything, I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand just until I've settled my nerves? Of course. You're the nicest person I've ever met, Salulu. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is, third promise. Just wait a moment. Mablu and Tobley, of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity and Yoktaral is a protective ward for travellers, correct? That's right, we tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at the market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that the charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yuktel, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck, then I will seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it a mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks, I won't let you down. I just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yuktal. I really hope she wins. Yuktal will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yuktel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Shebral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumauka.
Wait, how was that place pronounced? You said it so fast. What the heck?
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Shebral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone inside at all times. I'm also going to eat while traveling. Good. Everyone's accounted for. Ikbrax is up ahead. Let's be on our way. There's running to be 94, so I have to switch back to Astrologian for the MSQ, but I will queue up for some stuff. Hopefully it pops. I mean, honestly, with how late it is, it's going to be like the last thing I queue for. I missed the text. Aaronville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Ready to head on in? It's not going to have voice acting, is it? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness does not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise in her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars at the village centre. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. All I need is one more voice cutscene to finish the food. Hopefully it's soon. Or I guess a fair bit of journey too would also work.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As Ibrash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jajar. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Chebral cuisine. Shibruk Pibil.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. Delight, I wonder.
How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6, the 2 claimants, Sariel Jar and Bakul Jajar's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9, that's 3 more people we can mobilise. And with the tasks suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble the necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determine the recipe for Shibrukpibel. Then we can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Shibral people. Let us gather here once we have seen the clues this village has to offer. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That one's called achiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of colour to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. The recipe for Shibrukpibel? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunmuruk himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still Ibruk to be had at the market. Wink. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. And there is an ad incoming, so I will wait for the ad before I talk to the last person, or whatever it is. Ah, look at this banana peel, apparently. Well, I guess bananas are used. Bananas, spices. Potentially cooked underground, yeah, cooked underground in a pit. What does this cook actually have to say? Hehe, what fun this is. Why does Twitch have a notification for me? Oh. Twitch is telling me my sub cost is going up. Well, that sucks. An unusually coloured banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my nodule. I mean, Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. He's totally not leaking a bunch of hints, is he? I mean, to be fair, he was probably told to leak those particular hints. Just the other guy was told nothing. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Shebrooke Peeble? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it, as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognise, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Shebrooke Peeble. But one in particular she attributed to all common Shibral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see, then if Shebrooke Peeble is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaf of najul or banana in certain localities. 'Twould seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? Ebrook, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Shebrooke Peeble, indeed. So to summarise, this dish is one of Ebrook, flavoured with a combination of spices that include achiote and steamed underground within a najul or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forests while you were all exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ebrook, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Heh, leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will have doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to suitable Ebrook if they will perform the requisite deed. Alize? As for the najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika heartland, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati Zelulu, would you accompany me on my errand? No better way to whet my appetite. Good, then let us be about our tasks then. Come on, let's go and get those najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Let's see if there are najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Urianje mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Did I tune when I came in? I did not. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Nigel leaves? For purposes other than Sheepbrook people? Naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You have to travel to the lower forests for more. Golmagic Grove is the source of the finest Nigel leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Jatika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Travelling there requires that you go through the Tiebenbeck transverse, but it's caved in due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Nigel leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps... Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. It's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Shibril Pebble to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. Heh, I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliolal. So perhaps there is something about Shibril Pebble that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like, who was first to make it, its history? That sort of thing? Ahem, if it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the old war. Between the Shibral and the Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Shibril Pebble. Shibruk Pebble. Huh? What does steamed Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can't think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of his settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilon Ashur. It lies a short distance to the east. Ilon Ashur. Sounds about right. The village of Ilon Ashur? Actually, it's probably, yeah, Ashur? Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. There's two other places to attune here. No, one other, which is the Mamulja city. So we take a right here. Although it may be that our instance pops soon. Also, speaking of... Okay, yeah, that does complete me my last challenge log thing. The village of Ilionasor must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Oh yeah, it's kind of far to the east. What the heck? That's actually really far. Is there anything interesting in Party Finder right now? Not particularly. Should be running around as Pictomancer so I could just instantly enter if it pops, instead of being forced to not enter. So this is the village of Ilion Asor, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Whatever? I didn't know you were in Yaktal. I was picking up lumber from Ikbrash when I heard the third promise was on her way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so I followed you here. Whatever was a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I assume? For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Koana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Koana. Now that's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard... Koana? As in the second promise of Tuliyola? To think that I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be executed. Please take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn more about Shibrok Pibble. While I am forbidden by the Shibrarashrax... Why is that so hard to say? Shibrarashrax... To divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktal's history. We'd appreciate that, Zebra. Close enough, I guess. In its most basic sense, the conflict between Shibral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Shibral, as they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favours the high ground, and the Shibral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and time again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunewa, and Dopro Each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Shibral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bonewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that parents of differing clans could not have children together, but then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubigo and Bonewa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually rising as the first autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and a war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and I shall continue the tale. Okay, remember, switch to Pictomancer. But if it pops, we can just go in instantly. In fact, it's going to pop pretty soon, I imagine. Maybe I should just wait for it to pop. Maybe I should. Enter the cutscene regardless. Can't wait to skip the cutscene and have to restart it again.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinder Field.
And it's voiced.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been. The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter. Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago. Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valigarmanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Buff your tails and scurry off then! Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest.
I just realized this is such a Bremer's coded cutscene.
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Belu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chabrol steamed Najul. Before long, delight
I guess we have to
manifested
start
upon
the
the faces of
cutscene
those present,
again.
each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more,
I will skip it to that part though. Like rapidly click to get there. Aha! Oh, this cutscene's skippable. That, oh my god, why? Probably cast my motifs before mechanics go off. So what happens once it's lost all three? Alright, this is the one where the light comes again.
Does my enemy still stand? Can her strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Habrea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the Hammer of Darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the Shield of Light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alleg failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
Laha Brea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Oh, this is like one of the most famous voice lines coming up. I think it's the next one. Oh, not the laugh, but after it.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Yep, that one.
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive
Spoilers
has
of
exhausted what strength you
something
had
that was
left.
put in the game like,
Van Belsar,
I don't
your
even know,
enemy's shield is
over
broken.
10 years ago, I think.
The rest I leave to you.
This is an old dungeon I got put into.
Later, Ascian.
Ugly ass.
But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains.
The real question is if I'm going to finish this
Adventurer, let us find
before the ad break in
answer
3
together.
minutes. I'm expecting the answer to be no, but maybe. Yeah, we're not doing it before the ad. I think we'll still be in here when the ad ends. Unless Hydaelyn gives us like a massive damage buff. Oh, I don't want to be there. Oh. What is who yapping what? And there's the ad break. Yeah, we're still going to be here in the end of the ad. Or maybe not. It's going to be very close, I think. Oh, yeah, it's over. Like, before the ad. I didn't even need to level up. I guess we'll have our Pictomancer level up tomorrow. Now to go back to where we were in this cutscene. Let's skip it. I don't remember if like certain keys. Okay, let's skip it. Where were we up to? I don't suppose I can just hold it, right? No. Okay, this is gonna take a while with the not being able to skip through the non-voice parts, I guess. Can I just put it on auto?
Tell that.
I can't, okay.
Tell.
We're at the next, like, flashback part, right?
You.
God, even without the voice lines, this takes so long.
That. If you by there.
I bet we could make some words out of the first sounds out of everyone's mouth.
And
Daw. But
Ha ha! Give us a...
haha, give a. And so we're here.
One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed Najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more, their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets a strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
They be cooking. I still want to check. My thing isn't... Yeah, my Pictomancer isn't 94 yet. And if it was, I'd still be doing it as Astrologian until I hit 95. Okivu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leads, unless... Tell me, was that a historic feat commemorated in some fashion, with a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Also, I need to sort out my inventory at some point. Look at this mess. It's probably a bunch of stuff in here that I don't need, like that. There it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one so at heart of so significant a battlefield. Yamati? Velulu? Lamati? Yeah. Will you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here, this soil has been recently overturned. Oh, someone buried a box. Well, I would have been satisfied to only find a hint, but here they are, fresh Najul leaves. Good move Rook's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. So he planned this all from the start. Thank you again, Uokevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well. Third promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to Hanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture, and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolal and what they hold dear. Should you ever again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. So does that mean that we have everything? I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrash. Yeah, Ikbrash. I think. I hope. Have I ever learned how to say place names by now? It has been like, I don't know, maybe 30 hours? Actually no, probably more like 20 hours now I think about it. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. Our destination. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wookiee came along and helped us find them. Wookiee was here? I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Galul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to your old man to find the oldest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Ryonja and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaron and I found our brook, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak to this to anyone do you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield achiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Through further inquiry, did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one of us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope, I could use your adventurer's grit when it comes to skinning the brook. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay then,
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Huh. Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
it's tacos. Right?
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven! This is Shibruk Pibil!
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come, come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice. Ah, that was bliss.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
That was so good. I'm really looking forward to having Shipbrook people again. Here's Zelulu. Kral made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself, now that the Feet of Repairs is over. The villagers should be free to offer to us, right? New wares are available from Shabral, Merchant, and Ibrak. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Yes, wise but impossible. A Tayenbek traverse which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds, if Aaronville would oblige me with a tour. Very well. I have no other engagements. Then I will come too, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yuktel. Oh, that's right, Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Zelulu? Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. Let me find a store to sell the random junk I have in my bag too. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at the market in Yuktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. I'll come across a vendor on my journey, right? A foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those travelling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall? I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hunmu Rook. He was already Shibraksh then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. I want to find the vendor. Where the vendor at? There. What do we sell? We sell that. That. No, that's fancy. apparently it's fancy. I think that's everything, but sell that too. And this materia can go. That should be good. I'll use that up. Now we have a lot more inventory space. Comparatively. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Brush about 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who was this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ibraksh, Master Galuh. So, as far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yokhoi once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed, but yes. Before they withdrew to Urkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yokhoi claimed Yaktal as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland. Then that is where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Zalulu. May I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. Yeah, I can't take a shortcut or anything. I have to go around. Looks like there might be an exit out here. I can just drop down here. You know, maybe I could have just jumped down, I don't know. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Master Kral's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Tell me of her journey thus far? And we have an ad break. I did not see that one coming up. So we sit here for a couple minutes. I don't know how far into 55 we should probably be. How far to 55 we should probably be. By the time that we hit level 55 MSQ. But I do gather that it is surely it should be soon, right? Surely. In fact, I might just look it up real quick. What level are we? 94? Okay. Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuklamut. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst Shibral, so when she arrived the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old, an accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Shibral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminals sought to undermine the future of Shibral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in their cenote, and gave her into care of the one person I knew who could protect her. The dawn servant Gulol Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Shibral, a fate had greater plan for Wuklamut. Only the dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then Ransel towards the Shibral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as a dawn server's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from enemies that may be lurking in the shadow. Will you do this for me? Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliolal, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. But someone is watching. And probably heard everything. Okay, I think I'm going to stop once I get to the next town. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. Ah, we have an instance. Okay, never mind. Several cutscenes will play in sequence of 3 communities set aside sufficient time. No, we will end now. So, tomorrow we will do this sufficient time for cutscenes and instance. We will, I'm going to say likely get to the 96, maybe 97 MSQ. That's the plan at least. Like, I have more time, so surely I can do that. Who is there to raid? Wait. Hold up. I need to check this. Wow. Let me look at Discord and Twitter real quick. It's probably somewhere I don't really know. Let's see. There's a few. I'll open them all up and see if any of them are still live and what they're doing. Not live. Okay, one is still live. So I ran into someone playing Resident Evil 2. Let me just copy their name so I don't mess it up or anything. Okay. Until I finish MSQ, which will be a minimum of 2 days. I'll try and get it done in 2 more days. That's unlikely. I'm expecting 3 days. Once I do that, I'll probably finish off the CK3. And then next week would be mostly Once Human, I want to say. Like finishing off the story from where I got up to in the CBT for that. I think that's everything. Bye bye.